咁啱有冇聲
？Lucky， 你睇下有冇聲量？
喂喂喂喂喂喂喂。
同埋你可能咧睇埋你個 YouTube 聽埋有冇聲咯？哦，係得。你未出咧，你一出OBS 第二架 Poker Show 嘅時候，你撳 Position 就會收到聲啊！而家唔好收住咯。
Adapter restroom. I want to go to the toilet. This one. Thank you.
喂喂喂。
Table five is this table.
唔知有冇應該有。咁跟住呢個有緣咧，就呢個放喺台面收台面啦。飛下啲音樂。
冇辦法知佢有冇。
係啊。
咁
唔緊要，我講嘢呢
咁
喂咩事啊？
我咪唔得喎，咁 Angel 講咯。
聽到啦應該。喂我講翻一係你講實嘅。我知啊。如果唔得嘅話，
咁係咪 ready 啊？
係啊。
OK。博。
要俾一俾身份證我幫你。
Welcome to the Web3 Poker Tour, sponsored by WPT Global, Hong Kong Poker Games, Hong Kong Poker Tour. We have 9 players at the live stream table currently.
OK。
佢仲喐緊個鏡頭先。OK，
You can see the chip stacks for each player. In seat 1 we have Anthony Wong, who works in the finance industry and wealth management, who's been playing poker for the past 6 years.
OK 㗎。
咁就扣咗。
Seat 2 we have Kat Yi, who's a nurse professionally, has been playing poker for the past 2 years. He's also a member of the Hong Kong Women's Poker Association. Seat 3 we have Logan Zhang from China. He's also in the banking sector. He's been playing poker for the past 5 years. Is a 2-time APL Hong Kong champion. Is also a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and an avid golf lover. In seat 4 we have Sergey Maksuta from Russia. He's a professional dance teacher. He has been playing poker for the past 6 years. In seat 5 we have Kenneth Lai, a professional poker player and crypto investor. Has been playing poker for the past 6 years. In seat 6 we have the poker godfather of Hong Kong, Cheung. He's been a pioneer of poker in Hong Kong for the past 17 years. He's the founder of the Hong Kong Poker Games and the Hong Kong Poker Tour, and has been a prominent figure in Hong Kong's poker industry and seen its rise over the past couple of decades. He's also the captain of the Hong Kong national match poker team and has been very active in the promotion of poker as a mind sport and game of skill in Hong Kong. In seat 7 we have Martin Low, who's a professional poker player, has been playing for the past 2 years, and he would like all our viewers to know that he is single, all girls are welcome. His goal is to become a famous poker player. In seat 8 we have Timothy Yun, a professional poker player. He's also a professional dancer and has participated in some TV programs and has been playing poker for the past 5 years. And finally in seat 9 we have Sunny Ng, founder of YIBI, which is a social crypto exchange platform, and has been playing poker for the past 1 year. So that's a little bit of background on our 9 competitors today. They're all competing for skill to prove who the best player is amongst them, and it should be a thrilling competition. Let's jump right into this hand. We see between Logan, Zhang and Kat. Kat with an open-ended straight draw, Logan with a pair of 8s in the lead at the moment. Kat has checked to Logan. Logan puts out about a half pot size bet of 300 into 650. It's 300 for Kat to call. A 7 or a queen would give Kat the straight. She makes the call and hits the queen, getting the straight and thereby giving herself the nuts on this hand. She leads out 700. Logan with a pair of 8s. A tough call for him to make. Probably only makes it if he thinks she's bluffing. Lays it down, rightly so. Kat takes down the pot with her straight.
Okay.
All players started with 20k in chips. Blinds are 50 and 100. It's the 6th hand. It's being played. Sergey is under the gun. Queen 5 of hearts for Sergey. Folds Kenneth with 7 deuce. Folds Ricky with 4 deuce. Probably see him fold as well. Martin Lowe with 7 deuce too.
好高啊！咁唔見你都做。
Took a bit of time before laying that one down. Timothy in the hijack position with ace 8 raises it up to 300, 3 times the big blind. Dealer position Anthony Wong sees pocket 5s, makes the call. Cat makes the call from the small blind with her pocket 4s, and Logan makes the call with queen jack, so 4 players to the flop. 1200 in the pot. Interesting mix of hands going into the flop. Anthony Wong hits his set. Logan hits top pair with a strong kicker. The other 2 players get no help from the flop. Checks around to dealer Anthony with a set of 5s. $450 from Anthony into a 1200 chip pot. $450 for Logan to call with top pair. The pocket 4s went into the muck. Logan makes the call with his queen jack. Ace 8 gets out of the way. We see an ace on the turn. Might help save Logan a few chips. Checks to Anthony, who's sitting with the set of 5s. Ace isn't really much of a scare card for him. He's putting some chips together.
Raise it.
1500. Logan also, of course, is sitting with a flush draw too. It was quite a good flop for him to see. He makes the call. He'll be looking for a club or a queen to improve his hand. Gets the club. This could be trouble for Anthony, depending on what he's put Logan on, but Logan has hit his flush. Will be looking to extract maximum value out of the hand. He's putting a few chips together. It's 5k in the pot. He has 17,500 in his stack.
冇人講
有嘅呢個，
但係冇佢。
但係我知收唔到聲就係收唔到音。
$3,500 into 5,000 from Logan with his flush. Anthony thinking about this, being well aware that the flush opened and his opponent could have been having in hand exactly like he does with a pair and a flush draw on the flop. A tough laydown nonetheless, because his set of 5s is a strong hand. Being in the finance sector within wealth management, I'm sure he uses a lot of his poker skills at work too. They're very transferable. He's putting some chips aside, thinking about it, really wondering what his opponent could have. Makes the call, applauds his opponent's hand. Would have been thinking about whether he could have let that down. Good hand for Logan to hit and getting paid off on the river with his flush.
依家咧第3個、第4個要等到10張先開始。
OK。
係可以坐低緊陣。
Anthony's stack drops down to 14,150, making him the short stack on the table at the moment. Ricky Cheung with Ace Jack. Decent starting strat and makes it 250, 2.5x the big blind. Martin folds his 8-3, Timothy folds his king 3, folds around to Sunny with pocket 7s, makes the call. Cat throws her ace 6 away. Logan throws his queen 9 away. Sergey makes the call from the big blind with his king 2, defending his big blind with his king high hand. 10-9-6 on the flop. Sunny's 7s still holding strong, adding a gut shot straight draw to his hand as well. Ricky Cheung with his ace jack gets no help from the flop. Sergey checks, Ricky checks. Sunny bets out 250. Sergey gets out of the way. Ricky makes the call with his 2 overs. Might as well see a turn. Sunny hits his straight, but Ricky now has an open-ended straight draw. 7 would be a nice card for Ricky to hit. Sunny sitting with his straight. Ricky checks, Sunny leads out, 450 on the turn. 450 to Ricky to call. His hand has strengthened a little bit, giving him the open-ended straight draw. Depends on what he puts Sunny on. Queen or a 7 gives it to Ricky. Of course, we know that 2 7s are already out, reducing his hand to just 5 outs. Makes the call. The 3 on the river doesn't offer any help to Ricky. He checks again. Sunny will be pretty confident of his straight. $1,800 by Sunny on the river. Sunny is fairly new to poker. He's been playing for the past 1 year. He's also the founder of a social crypto exchange called YIBI, and he takes the hand down with his straight. Ricky lets his ace jack go. A neat pot for Sunny to pick up with his pocket 7s.
YouTube 嗰度睇。
6號先。
咁你睇咧，呢個收翻就係因為我有機會試過支咪收。
Ricky Cheung under the gun, Queen 10 for him.
佢嗰個有聲嘅，就旁述嗰個有聲都得㗎。
因為譬如出邊如果要收啤啊咪。
Throws his hand away, Martin with 5-6. Doesn't want to play the hand. Timothy gets rid of his jack deuce. Sunny with 7-3. Wants to mix it up. Makes it 200. Interesting raise. Cat calls with a king jack. Logan in dealer position. Makes it 1200 in position with his 5-9 of hearts. Kenneth gets his big blind out of the way. Another 1000 for Sunny to call with his 7-3. Makes the call. Cat gets rid of a king jack, so it's 7-3 versus 9-5 in a 2800 chip pot. Interesting hand. Sunny pairs his 3, checks to Logan, who's in position, leads out, continuing to rep a strong hand. 900 on the flop from Logan Zhang. Black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, avid golf fan, and probably the one player with the most accomplished poker resume on this table. Has been playing and winning successfully for a long time. Sunny gets rid of it with the best hand. Logan takes it down in position with his 9-5. The two-time APL Hong Kong champion showing how it's done. This game is taking place at the Match Poker Esports Arena in Hong Kong, part of the Web3 Poker Tour running over this weekend. Main event and some side events are also taking place. Timothy Yim with his Jack-9 of diamonds raises it up to 300. Sunny calls with his Ace-4 of spades. Logan gets rid of his Jack-deuce. Sergey makes the call in position with 10-8 of hearts. Pocket queens for Kenneth Lai. Interesting hand. Small blind. Are we going to see a 3-bet here? Kenneth Lai is a professional poker player and crypto investor. Has been playing for the past 6 years, so a decent amount of poker experience. He makes it 2400. Ricky Cheung with ace jack in the big blind. Wow. Maybe the 3-bet will see him save some chips. Gets it away. Folds his ace jack. Timothy with his Jack 9, will he make the call? Gets out of the way. Sunny with his Ace 4 of spades, 2100 for him to call. He isn't going anywhere, makes the call. Folds around to Sergey with his 10-8, gets rid of his hand. So heads up on the flop, Ace 4 of spades versus pocket queens of Kenneth Lai. Five, 9, 6, 2 clubs. Ricky folded his Ace Jack of clubs. It's probably what he's thinking now. Kenneth checks his pocket queens. With his overpair, he'd be sitting pretty comfortable right now. Sunny with Ace 4 of spades. Will he take the bait? $3,600 by Sunny. Into a 5-6-9 flop. Remember, Kenneth re-raised pre-flop with his pocket queens. Sunny was the only other player to make the call. They went heads up to the flop. Sunny, that's 3-6. Kenneth makes the call with his pocket queens. Oof, ace on the turn. Sunny hits his ace. That wouldn't be a card that Kenneth wanted to see. Action on Kenneth. Checks to Sunny. Sunny goes all in. 12,200. Kenneth makes the fold. Sunny seems to be enjoying himself after hitting that ace on the turn. Players seem to be having a good time. Kenneth would definitely have been thinking more about how he could have potentially played the hand a little differently, probably playing it back in his head a few times, wondering if he re-raised the flop. Would he have gotten Sunny to fold his hand, not been in the hand when that ace opened on the turn and taken it down on the flop? Perhaps. That's the beauty of poker, you can play it in so many different ways. Every hand has so many different permutations and combinations to it. Ace King versus Ace Queen in this hand, as we see Anthony Wong has raised it up with his Ace King. Kenneth has re-raised it with his Ace Queen. Martin low in the big blind with 7-3 of diamonds. Was thinking about it for a second, decided to let it go. Folds around to Anthony with his Ace King, who has 800 to call. Kenneth is of course in position with his Ace Queen and made it 1100 to go. Just thinking about it here. Are we going to see a 4-bet? Anthony makes it 2800. Kenneth gets rid of his Ace Queen. Good fold. Anthony Wong takes down the hand with his Ace King. Kenneth now sitting with the shortest stack, just under 12,000 chips. Position typically plays such a big part in a poker hand, and having position is such an advantageous thing. But you have to know your cards and you have to be aware of the strength of your opponent. Sunny makes it 200 with his ace-8. Cat gets out of the way, Logan gets out of the way, as does Sergey. Kenneth folds, Ricky king-9 and the dealer button. Makes the call. No one really likes to fold their dealer, do they? Nine, 5, king, Ricky with top 2. Timothy also paired his king. Sunny didn't hit anything, no help for him on the flop. Checks around to Ricky. In position, Ricky raises it up, makes it 350. The other two players fold. Ricky takes down a small pot with his top 2 pairs. Kat is the only female on this table. She is also a member of the Hong Kong Women's Poker Association, run by Kathy Young. Kat has been playing for the last 2 years and is a professional nurse. Logan raises it up to 300 with his king-queen. Martin Lowe, who aspires to become a famous poker player, is in position with king-jack. Makes it 600. Folds around back to Logan, who makes the call. So it's Logan's king-queen against Martin's king-jack. Two players to the flop. Neither of them get any help with the 7 deuce 3 flop. Logan checks to Martin. Martin makes it 300. Logan comes along for it, makes the call, doesn't believe Martin has a hand. Deuce on the turn, no help to either player, doesn't really change much. Logan's read of Martin on the flop is probably still what he's going with. Martin puts out another bet, makes it 600, but Logan decides to give it up this time. Once again, position playing such a huge part in the hand. Martin in position, applying the pressure, showing aggression, managing to take the hand down. Logan gave his king-queen up. Martin takes it down with the worst hand. This event is called the Web3 Poker Tour. It's sponsored by WPT Global along with the Hong Kong Poker Tour and Hong Kong Poker Games. It's taking place at the Match Poker Esports Arena in Hong Kong, running through the weekend. The main event is taking place today is day 1B. Tomorrow will be the final day of the main event, along with the ladies event and a deep stack event as well. Martin Lowe with ace queen, 3 bets to 600. after Sergey had raised it up with his 8-6. Timothy also has ace queen, this time of diamonds. 4 bets to 2k. Oh wow, Anthony Wong picks up ace king of clubs in the big blind. Anthony Wong has a stack of 15,300 chips. But remember, there's a 3 bet and a 4 bet already in the hand. How strong does Anthony believe his hand is in comparison to the players that are before him? Or will we see him go over the top with a shove? Does he want to play on the flop? Will he see him flat? $6,000, 5 bet to 6,000 from Anthony Wong with his ace king of clubs. Folds around to Martin Low on the cutoff with his ace queen. He had originally 3 bet, made the 300 to 600. He got 4 bet and then Anthony Wong 5 bet. Ace queen is not as strong a hand now in this situation, facing a 4 and a 5 bet. Martin rightly makes the fold, as does Timothy with his ace queen of diamonds. Anthony Wong manages to take it down pre-flop with his 5 bet. Incredible setup here at the Match Poker Esports Arena for this live stream game. $5,100 blinds, hand 14 underway. Sergey with ace 10 of spades makes it 250. Folds around. Sunny with the dealer position makes the call with his ace 3. Anthony throws his ace 6 out of the way, as does Cat with her big blind. Heads up to the flop, ace 10 of spades of Sergey versus the ace 3, and there's a 10 and a 3 on the flop, offering a little bit of help to both players. Sergey leads out with his middle pair, 350 from Sergey. Sunny gets out of the way, Sergey takes it down. Sergey Maksuta. He is a professional dance teacher, has been playing poker for the past 6 years. $100 to call for Timothy, makes it 300 with his king 10. Sunny in the cutoff wakes up with ace king. Makes it 1200 with his ace king. Anthony folds his ace 8 Pocket 7s go into the muck from Cat. Logan gets rid of his 9 deuce. Timothy folds his king 10 and Sunny takes it down with his ace king and the 3-bet. Easter weekend in Hong Kong. All the poker lovers coming out to play, test their skills against each other. A game of strategy and a mind sport. Ricky Cheung, ace 7 of spades. Thought about it for a second, decided to let it go. Probably play the hand if he was in a later position. It's folding around. Cat throws away Jack 5. Even though she has the button. Logan Zhang, 50 to call for him. It's small blind versus big blind. Makes the call. Sergey with queen 8 in the big blind. Raised it up. Logan threw his king 3 away. Sergey took it down. Martin Lowe, the aspirational famous poker player, ace 9. Makes it 250 to go. Sunny doesn't believe he has a strong hand, raises it up, makes it 1,000, 3-bet to 1,000 with his ace 8 of diamonds. Anthony Wong, pocket 3s. Throws it away. Cat throws away her 9-7. $750 called by Martin Law with his ace 9. So 3 players to the flop. Deuce, deuce, 10. No help to any of them. Be interesting to see how this plays out. Martin checks. Timothy leads out with his king 8, 1200. Does Sunny believe he has a hand? Ace 8 of diamonds. Have a backdoor flush draw. Makes the call with his ace 8. 1200 to Martin to call with his ace 9. Throws them away. 2 players to the turn. King 8 with Timothy, ace 8 with Sunny. 6 on the turn, no help to either player. Timothy reaching for chips once again. 3,500 into Sunny. Does Sunny still believe he doesn't have a hand? Lets it go. Aggression pays off for Timothy on this hand. takes it down with his king 8. Here we see the chip stacks. Timothy with being chip leader at the moment, just over 30k in his stack. While being introduced to the table, he did say he wants to play solid. Under the gun, Martin with queen 9 of spades. Reaching for chips. Limps in with his queen 9 UTG. Timothy raises it up with his queen 10, makes it 400 to go. Anthony wakes up with ace queen. Logan Zhang, cat, I'll get out of the way, as does Sergey. Kenneth Lai with small blind 10-3 gets rid of it. Ricky Cheung, big blind 10-6 of clubs, gets rid of his hand, doesn't feel it's worth the additional 300. Martin plays along, makes the 300 call with his queen 9 of spades. 3 players to the flop, queen 9 versus queen 10 versus ace queen. And Martin hits his 9. Martin pairs up, giving him the lead on this hand. Checks to Timothy, who checks again. Anthony with ace queen, last to act. Looks like he's reaching for chips. Makes it 650. 650 for Martin to call. This queen 9. Makes the call. Timothy gets rid of his queen 10. 3 outs that Anthony has, the 3 aces. King of spades on the turn. No help to either player. Action on Martin. Checks again. Will Anthony continue his line? Checks back. 6 on the river, 6 of diamonds. Martin low, definitely with the best hand with his pair of 9s. Leads out on the river, makes it 1500. Anthony Wong with simply ace high. Seems to be thinking about it. Gets rid of his hand. Martin low takes it down. The Web3 Poker Tour, sponsored by WPT Global and Hong Kong Poker Games. Hong Kong Poker Tour taking place at the Match Poker Esports Arena in Hong Kong. Ace 3 of diamonds for Timothy. Makes it 300. Cat makes a call with a queen jack. Logan in the hijack with ace deuce of hearts. 3 bets to 1300. Sergey gets rid of his hand, folds around to Ricky, gets rid of his hand as well, as does Martin Low. 1000 more for Timothy to call with his ace-3 of diamonds. He makes it 4k to go. 4 bet to 4000 from Timothy. Cat folds her queen jack. Comes around to Logan with his ace-2 of hearts. Lets it go. Aggression pays off once again for Timothy Im, who takes it down with his ace-3 of diamonds. Pre-flop. Moving up the ranks, Timothy Im, 31.7k in chips. 17% of all chips in play are sitting with Timothy at the moment. Blinds are 50 and 100. In the hijack, Sergey has king queen, makes it 300. And Ricky would not have liked folding his dealer position, but his 9 deuce didn't allow him to defend it. Martin Low with 10-7 of diamonds in the small blind. 250 for him to call. Makes the call. 200 for Timothy to call. It's a big blind. Jack 10 comes along as well. Timothy flops the straight. Top 2 pair for Sergey, no help for Martin. This could end up being a big hand. 600 from Sergey with his king queen flopping top 2 pair. Martin with a gut shot decides to make the call. Timothy obviously flopped the straight. 9-10 jack queen king. Rechecks his cards to make sure it is what he thinks he has, deciding how he can extract maximum value out of this hand. Makes it 2600. Sergey now thinking about it. Not for too long. Makes the call. $10-7 of diamonds for Martin Low. He doesn't seem to want to go anywhere either. Thinking about this. Rightly decides to give it up. As we can see, Sergey has 2 outs. Four of diamonds, no help to him. Timothy still sitting with the best possible hand at this point with his straight. Sergey with his king queen, top 2 pairs. Action on Timothy. 6,700 in the pot. Timothy makes it 4,200 chips. Action on Sergey with his top 2 pairs. Sergey, who's a professional dance teacher, has been playing poker for the past 6 years. Decides to make the call to see the river. Six of clubs. Interesting card. The flush gets there, but neither player were waiting for that flush to get there. Timothy goes all in from Timothy, which is with his straight. Sergey thinking about it with his top two pairs. King Queen for Sergey. Decides to lay it down. Good lay down by Sergey on the river, saving himself some chips. Timothy takes the hand down with his flop straight. Adding to his growing stack, Timothy now sitting with 22% of the chips in play with nearly 40k. On the other end of the spectrum is Sergey with 6% of chips in play with 10.5k.
新年嘅 blind 9號嘅 blind 少唔少啊？覺得唔少嘅真係唔少。
Sergey will be waiting to see that hand. Wonder if his read on his opponent was right. It was a good laydown, Sergey. Timothy has nearly doubled his starting stack. King 9 of clubs. Sergey makes it 250. A Martin low with pocket sevens and dealer position. Makes the call. Timothy with ace queen. Isn't going anywhere. 3-bet to 1300 from the small blind. Folds around to Sergey with his king 9 of clubs. Makes the call. Martin makes the call as well. So we see three players going into the flop. Martin low, Sergey and Timothy. Timothy with ace queen, Sergey with king 9 of clubs, Martin with his pocket sevens. No help for any player on this flop. Timothy checks, as does Sergey. Martin with currently sitting with the best hand with his pocket sevens. Checks around to him. Reaching for chips. Makes it 800. Timothy makes the call. As does Sergey with his king 9. Two of clubs on the turn, giving Sergey a flush draw, but no real help to any player apart from that. Timothy checks his ace queen, Sergey checks his king 9 to Martin, his pocket sevens, still the best hand, no other player even has a pair. He leads out once again on the turn. 1300 from Martin, relatively small bet considering the size of the pot. Timothy thinking about it. He's only sitting with ace high at this point. Makes the call. Sergey of course has his flush draw and also makes the call. So all three players still in it, going into the river. 6 of diamonds, no help to either of them. And Martin Lowe, who had the best hand throughout, continues to have the best hand even on the river with his pocket 7s. Timothy checks once again, as does Sergey. Checks around to Martin with his pocket 7s and the best hand. But remember, both players have check called throughout, which will leave Martin a little bit suspicious as to what they could potentially have. Checks down the river and he'll see that he has the best hand. And Martin takes it down with his pocket 7s. Martin Lowe adding to his stack, becoming the second highest in terms of chips, just under 30k. Timothy losing a bit of chips from his stack, dropping down to just over 36k. Kenneth Lai, King Jack. Raises it up to 300. Ricky with his ace 3 in the hijack decides to give it up. Martin Lowe, Queen 9 of diamonds with the cutoff. Looks like he wants to play this hand. Makes the call. Sorry, in fact 3 bets it to 600. Anthony gets out of the way, as does Cat. 300 for Kenneth to call. Makes the call. Heads up to the flop. King Jack of Kenneth Lai versus Queen 9 of Martin Lowe. 10-8-4 on the flop. No real help to either player. Kenneth's king high still best. Checks to Martin. Martin leads out. 600. Three clubs now open with the 6 of clubs on the turn. Carrying checks. Martin leads out once again. 1800 for Martin on the turn. Kenneth now has a king high flush draw. Martin just sitting with the queen high but a gut shot. Six outs for Martin in this position, but he does keep putting pressure, keep putting bets out. Kenneth looked like he was asking for a count of the chips. In the middle. $1,800 for him to call. Decides to lay it down. Martin takes the hand down with his queen high, continuing to apply pressure. Aggression paying off for Martin low. Martin low rising to above 30k in chips now, second highest chip stack.
Wow.
10-8 of clubs for Timothy, raises it up to 300. Ace queen of diamonds, Sunny is back at the table, makes it 1.2k to go. Timothy makes the call with his 10-8 of clubs, heads up to the flop, 4-5-8. Top pair for Timothy in, checks to Sunny, who's the pre-flop aggressor with his 3-bet. Makes it 1600. $4,500 from Timothy now, raises it up. He's confident of his top pair on this flop. Probably putting Sunny on exactly the kind of hand that he has. Doesn't want to see him hit a high card on the turn. Sunny makes the call though. As we can see, Sunny just has 3 outs. Jack of diamonds gives a few more outs to Sunny with 4 diamonds now out there. Check from Timothy. Check back from Sunny. 4 on the river. No help to Sunny. Timothy checks once again. Action on Sunny with his ace high on the river. 11,600 in the pot. He seems to be reaching for chips. Makes it 6,500. 6,500 for Timothy to call with his pair of eights. Sunny of course with just ace high, but he did call the re-raise on the flop. He 3-bet pre-flop, led out on the flop. Timothy raised the flop. He then called the raise with his ace high. They both checked the turn. Timothy checked the river. Looks like he makes the call. Great call by Timothy to take down the pot with his pair of eights. Sunny losing a few valuable chips there, bringing him down to just over 10k. Timothy however adding to his stack and having nearly 25% of all chips in play, just under 50k.
要自己写，也不能动。
Timothy, who is not only a professional poker player but also a professional dancer, has been playing poker for the last 5 years. Timothy makes a 300 with his king 8 of spades. Anthony Wong, king 9 of clubs, comes along, makes the call. Logan calls 250 from the small blind with his ace 5. Sergey calls 200 from the big blind, defends his big blind with his queen deuce. Queen 9 deuce on the flop. Sergey hitting 2 pair. Seems to be better than the last time he hit 2 pair with his king queen. Action checks around, 8 on the turn. Sergey still sitting pretty with his queen deuce. Timothy, however, has hit his 8. Anthony has hit a 9 on the flop. 800 from Sergey. Timothy throws his king 8 away. Anthony Wong with king 9. Throws his hand away. Logan Zhang ace 5 also gets out of the way. Sergey takes down a small pot with his queen deuce. The Web3 Poker Tour taking place in Hong Kong through this Easter weekend, sponsored by WPT Global and Hong Kong Poker Games. Hong Kong Poker Tour being held at the Match Poker Esports Arena. Plenty of events taking place. Come play, enjoy yourself, test your skills, have fun. Main event, final day is taking place tomorrow, along with some side events and a ladies event. Come down, check it out, enjoy yourselves. Sergey and Logan go heads up to this flop. Sergey with jack 10, Logan with jack 5. Sergey flops top pair. Logan with an open-ended straight draw on the turn. Sergey leads out, makes a 300 to go. Logan makes the call. They're looking for a deuce or a 7. It's a 4. Sergey with the best hand with 2 pairs. Sergey checks, hoping to induce a bet from Logan. Logan takes the bait, 700. Sergey makes the call. Well played.
那我们不能拿8000的吗？
不能最多是
就是一个人最多5000。
Sergey slowly rebuilding his stack, getting up to nearly 30k.
像那个可以是5000上来
身体高一点嘛，头都很高，可以比较高。
Cut off Logan, who raises it up to 300 with his ace-10. Three players to the flop. Logan hits his ace. No help for either of the other players. Timothy with his 9-7 and Martin with his Jack-deuce.
I think it's still going to be good. Satellite.
Checks around to Logan. Makes it 400 with his top pair. Martin thought about it for a while but decided to get rid of his Jack-deuce. Timothy with his 9-7 and cut shot decides to come along, hoping for an 8. Six of diamonds on the turn. No help to either player. Timothy decides to lead out on this turn, makes it 1500 chips to go. Logan makes the call. Hits his 8 on the river and gets his gut shot. Timothy M with his straight.
Very good, very good.
Exactly the card he was hoping to see. Counting out some chips. $7,500 chips. Overbet from Timothy M on the river after hitting his straight. Hoping to get paid off. Logan Zhang with his pair of aces, thinking about it. Makes the call, only to see the bad news. Timothy Yim with his rivered straight, it has got shot. Logan will surely be feeling that one. Timothy continuing to add to his stack, getting it up to nearly 60k, with the next highest being at about 30k, nearly double of the next highest player's chips. He is running good and playing well. Timothy Yim did say that he wants to play solid. Looks like he's making all the right moves and the cards seem to be favoring him too. Logan would not have seen that one coming.
你为啥要我身份证？
这个
对不对？不是你为啥要我身份证？
登记啊。
那油就是上一是
Ace deuce of hearts under the gun for Anthony Wong. Raises it up, makes it 250.
然后这里是需要怎么操作吗？这个需要怎么操作吗？
Kenneth decides to come along for king 10. Martin Low on the button with his king 3 of spades
下最目的是什么？
comes along as well,
这下完
as does Timothy with his jack 9, as does Sunny also with his jack 9. So 5 players to see this flop.
扫过脸，
King queen 7, 2 diamonds,
扫过脸，下好了，然后呢？
2 players holding a king.
扫那个，
Both hit their hands, the jack 9s both have cut shots, and no help for the ace deuce of Anthony Wong.
没有。
Who decides to bet out for 600. Kenneth makes the call. Martin Low as well with his king. Timothy in with his gut shot makes the call, and Sunny makes the call with his gut shot as well. So all 5 players who are in on the flop are also in on the turn.
要转是吧？让我转一下。
There we have it. It's the 10 and the gut shot for Sunny and Timothy both hit.
这个也是吧？
King 10, 2 pairs for Kenneth Lai, and Martin with his pair of kings, and now Anthony with his gut shot if a jack opens up. Timothy Ying leads out for 2k. Sunny Ying 2k to call, also sitting with his straight. Makes the call. Anthony gets out of the way. Folds around to Kenneth, who's now sitting with 2 pair. King 10, Kenneth Lai. Kenneth makes the call. Action on Martin with the weakest hand in this situation. Sitting with his pair of kings. But he also has a flush draw. A spade would give it to Martin. He's thinking about it. So Martin makes the call as well. So we have 4 players going into the river. 2 players with straights, 1 with 2 pairs, and 1 with a flush draw. The 7 doesn't help anyone. So Timothy and Sunny are both still sitting with their straights and the best hand. Timothy checks, Sunny bets out 4k. Now to Kenneth with his king 10. Martin is probably going to get away from his hand. Be interesting to see what Timothy does. Does he put in a raise? Does he simply make the call because the board has paired? So if someone was sitting with a set, they would have now progressed to a full house, which would of course beat his straight. Good fold from Kenneth, who gets away with losing minimum chips with his king 10. Martin with his pair of kings gets rid of it as well. Timothy with his straight. makes the call, and they see that they both have the same hand. Friendly fist bump between the two to share the pot. Sunny documents it for his archives. Sunny and Timothy take down the chip stack to the pot and increase the chip stacks. Top two chip leaders on this table at the moment. Looks like Timothy can do no wrong. Sunny is the one player on this table who's been playing poker the least, has played only in the last 1 year, is also the founder of a social crypto exchange platform called Yibi, Y-I-B-I. Logan Zhang, who's sitting in seat 3, probably the most accomplished poker resume, having been playing poker for the past 5 years, is a Chinese poker player and 2-time APL Hong Kong champion, also a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and a golf lover. Ricky Cheung is most likely the most experienced poker player on this table, also widely known as the godfather of poker in Hong Kong. He's the pioneer in the city, has been playing and promoting and organizing poker for many years, about 17 years to be exact. You see two players to the flop of ace 10, Anthony with his king queen, Logan with his 7-6. Both players check. 7-6 of diamonds on the turn picks up a flush draw with the 7-6 of spades with the 5 of spades opening up. 3 on the reverse, no help. Anthony Wong with the best hand with his king high. Checks again. Logan leads out. Anthony folds, Logan takes it down. Position and aggression, as we continually keep seeing, is quite useful and quite helpful when you're trying to take down pots. Timothy with over 60k in chips. Hand 29 now being played at the Web3 Poker Tour, taking place at the Match Poker Esports Arena in Hong Kong, sponsored by the World Poker Tour Global and Hong Kong Poker Games, Hong Kong Poker Tour, running throughout this Easter weekend. Kenneth takes down a pot with pocket kings, and unfortunately no action for him as he gets no callers. Cat is the only player who hasn't put in a pre-flop raise as yet. Ricky Cheung 8-9 decides to give it up. Martin with the ace 10. makes it 300. Timothy surprisingly folds his ace-3. Action folds around, no takers, so Martin takes it down with his ace-10. Martin sitting with a stack of 27,700 chips at this point, 12% of the chips in play. 9 players playing this live stream poker game as part of the Web3 Poker Door at this incredible venue. Come down, check it out, the Match Poker Esports Arena. Poker games running throughout this Easter weekend. Sponsored by WPT Global and Hong Kong Poker Tour and Hong Kong Poker Games. Kenneth Lai gets rid of his King 9, 10-9 of spades for Ricky. Thinking about it. Decides to play the hand. 250 from Ricky Cheung with 10-9 of spades. Martin picks up pocket 7s. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Makes the call for 250 chips. Timothy gets out of the way with his Jack 6. Jack 3 of diamonds for Cat, who gets out of the way. Logan folds his Queen 4. Sergey defends his big blind with his King 5 offsuit. 3 players to the flop. Queen 4 deuce, all clubs. Martin is the only player holding a club and also the only player with a pair. Sergey checks. Ricky leads out. 375 from Ricky Cheung with his 10-9 of spades. Martin is thinking about it. Decides to make the call with his pocket 7s. Sergey throws his hand away. So it's Ricky Cheung versus Martin Low, heads up going into the turn. There we have a 4th club. So Martin with his flush, though it's 7 high flush, but he still has a flush. Ricky checks, Martin checks back instantly. See a river. 5, not helpful to any player. Ricky putting some chips together. Puts the pressure on Martin. 3,300 from Ricky Cheung. About 2x the size of the pot. Martin thinking about it. Folds his hand. Gets rid of his flush. Ricky's overbet works. He takes the pot down.
One player out. Seat open.
Ricky Cheung slowly climbing back, about 18k in chips. Timothy, the overwhelming big stack on this table with 61,500 in chips, with the next highest being on his left, 33,500 of Sunny. No other player has over 30k in chips. Martin Low, 10-7 of diamonds, makes the call. Action folds around to Sergey in the small blind. makes the call with his Jack 3 and option on Kenneth Lai. Big blind, Queen 4 offsuit, checks. It's a bit of a piece of everyone in this flop. Sergey hits his 3, Kenneth hits his 4 and Martin hits his 7. A little something for everyone. Kenneth Lai comes along, ace on the turn. Both players check, 9 on the river. Both players check once again. Martin takes it down with his pair of 7s. Logan Zhang now the short stack on this table with 14k in chips. Hong Kong Poker Tour at Hong Kong Poker Games, putting on the Web3 Poker Tour taking place at the Match Poker Esports Arena in Hong Kong through this Easter weekend. Sunny makes the call. King Jack. Sorry, Sunny raised it up to 600 with his King Jack. No takers. Logan Zhang raises it up, makes it 300. Ricky Cheung, 10-9, small blind, gets rid of his hand. Martin Lowe folds. Timothy clearly the most aggression player on this table, 50% aggression frequency, and Kat at the other end of the spectrum with 9%. Remember, she was the only player that actually hadn't raised pre-flop. pocket eights for Kenneth Lai, the cutoff. Raises it up to 300. Ricky Cheung wakes up with pocket queens on his left and the dealer position. This should be an interesting hand. Ricky looks to have 3-betted to 900. Action folds around to Sunny with ace-7 in the big blind, who makes the call, as does Kenneth with his pocket 8. So we see 3 players to the flop, 2800 chips in the middle, ace-7 versus pocket 8s versus pocket queens, and there's a queen in the flop for Ricky. Top set for Ricky Cheung, who will be very, very happy with this flop, but unfortunately for him, none of the other players have hit anything, and he checks, rightly so, giving the others an opportunity to improve their hands so he can actually extract some value. Sunny checks. Action on Kenneth with his pocket 8s. Looks to be putting some chips together. 1000 is the bet from Kenneth Lai with his pocket 8s. Action now on Ricky Cheung with his set of queens. Top set for Ricky Cheung. Just thinking about how he wants to play this. Ricky raises it up to 2k. Sunny gets out of the way. Action folds back to Kenny. Kenneth with 1000 to call with his pocket 8s. Decides to give it up, and Ricky takes it on with a set of queens. Kenneth Lai now the short stack, along with Anthony Wong, both sitting with 6% of the chips, 15,500 each. Logan Zhang with pocket 9s. The 2-time APL Hong Kong champion. Logan Zhang, Jiu-Jitsu black belt, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Martin Low with ace-3 of spades in the cutoff. Makes the call. Sunny throws his 4-3 away. 5-4 of clubs for Anthony Wong in the big blind, 200 for him to call. And he does make it. So 3 players to the flop. Anthony Wong's 4-5 of clubs, Logan Zhang's pocket 9s, and Martin Low with his ace-3 of spades. No help for either player. 10-10 queen is the flop. Anthony checks, as does Logan. Option on Martin, who's putting some chips together. 600 from Martin. Logan makes the call. 9 of hearts on the turn. Best card Logan could have hoped for. He checks, Martin checks back. Unfortunately for Logan, Martin doesn't have much in this hand. Option on Logan with the 8 and the full house, of course. So Logan sitting with his full house with trip nines and the two tens that are down there,
5,000.
putting some chips together on the river.
What? 5,000.
2200,
3,000.
leading into Martin.
You don't start with some chips.
Not that.
Martin, unfortunately for him, just has ace high and gives it up. Logan takes down the hand with his full house.
On the 6 p.m. main event is 30 minutes.
Logan Zhang slowly climbing his way up the leaderboard.
That's done well. What time is finished? 8:30?
Action is folding around. Ricky Cheung, 10 for diamonds, gets rid of his hand. Martin with his king 3 in the hijack position. Throws it away. Timothy folds. 100 for Sunny to call. Makes the call. From the dealer position, Anthony Wong, small blind, 8-9, makes the call. Cat checks it down with her ace. Cat hits her 2, pair of 2s, checks around to Sunny, who checks as well, who now hits his 10 on the turn. Action checks around once again to Sunny. Leads out 250 on the turn after hitting his 10. Cat makes the call. Checks once again. Sunny with his 10. Bets 400. Cat gives it up. I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. An interesting hand playing here. Logan with his pocket sevens. Jack deuce board. Sergey lays it down. The Web3 poker tour going on in Hong Kong over the Easter weekend, taking place at the Match Poker Esports Arena. Come down, check it out. There are lots of side events happening as well. Today is day 1B of the main event. Tomorrow is the final day of the main event, along with the ladies event and a deep stack event. Lots of fun, great atmosphere, incredible venue. Martin Lowe mixing it up with his 5 deuce of clubs. Timothy ace queen makes it 500. Action is folding around to Sergey, who has woken up in the small blind with pocket queens. Makes it 2500 with his pocket queens from the small blind. Kenneth folds, as does Martin. Timothy with the call, so heads up to the flop. Ace queen versus pocket queens. 999. Wow. Sergey flopping his full house. Timothy with ace high. Sergey checks. Timothy checks back. King on the turn. Sergey checks once again. Timothy checks back. And 8 on the river. Surely Sergey will lead out now. 2500 from Sergey. Timothy gets rid of it. Sergey takes it down. Nice spot for Sergey to win with his pocket queens. Timothy picks up pocket sixes, makes it 300 in early position. Sonny makes the call with his king 10. Anthony Wong with his king 7 of diamonds comes along as well. Cat folds, as does Logan. Sergey with ace jack on the button. 3 bets to 2k. Kenneth gets out of the way. Ricky looks down at 9-5 and folds his hand promptly. Action folds back around to Timothy. Makes the call for another 1700 chips with his pocket sixes. Sonny gets out of the way. Anthony Wong with his king 7 of diamonds gets out of the way as well. So once again Timothy and Sergey go heads up. Ace 7-3. Timothy's pocket sixes no good against Sergey's ace. Sergey checks. Timothy checks. Sergey bets. Timothy folds.
Option on Martin, who's putting some chips together. 600 for Martin.
Sergey in the cutoff position with his 10-9 makes it 500. Kenneth makes the call, ace-8 of clubs in position with the dealer button. Pocket aces in the big blind for Martin Lowe, who is now strategizing and thinking exactly how he wants to play this hand. Martin Lowe decides to 3-bet with his pocket aces to 2500. Action folds around to Kenneth on the button. 2k more for him to call, and he decides to give it up. Martin takes it down with his pocket aces and shows the table his pocket aces. The Web3 Poker Tour underway here at the Match Poker Esports Arena in Hong Kong. We have a good mix of players on this feature table. A couple of dancers, a couple of people in the finance industry, a few professional poker players, the godfather of poker in Hong Kong, and a nurse, including a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Should be fun. Kenneth Lai with pocket sixes in the cutoff, and Martin Lowe this time wakes up with pocket tens in the small blind. Another battle between these two. Remember last hand, Martin had the pocket aces and Kenneth had the ace-8 on the dealer button. Folded to a 3-bet from Martin. This time we see 3 players to the flop. Timothy, Kenneth and Martin. Pocket tens versus pocket sixes versus 7-8. No head to anyone on this flop of ace-deuce 4. Martin bets out 350. Kenneth folds as well. Martin takes it down with his pocket aces. With his pocket 10, sorry.
班一户看看。試下講先。可以大聲啲。
Cat seems to be playing a little passively.
冇聲。
好聲啊！好聲！冇聲啊！
Jack 10 for cat under the gun. Makes it 300 with a Jack 10.
No sound。
咩佢好
聲啊！你個電話噪啊！
scan 唔到添啊 ，scan 唔到。
正收還線。我收咗線啊！
喂，同佢講 scan 唔到牌。
啲 call scan 唔到牌，乜都睇唔到。
唔係 ，for 睇唔到 tunnel。
呢個冇啊！呢個。
Cat takes on the pot with her 2 pair. Nice hand for cat.
點解佢冇俾翻個嗰啲我？
冇，乜都冇。
佢設計緊。
啱啱嗰鋪係乜都聽唔到，收咗線，同埋睇唔到。睇唔到 turn 同 river。我乜都睇唔到啊！我完全係 call， 我唔知係 call 幾多 raise 幾多，乜都唔知。我全部 check 晒全啱啱嗰個。而家要我 break 翻係咪？要我 YouTube？ 嚇？OK。
Cat with Queen Jack of diamonds. Makes a call. Martin races it up with his King Queen. Timothy in the dealer button. King Deuce of hearts. Makes it 1400 in position. Action folds back to Cat, who's sitting with Queen Jack of diamonds. Makes the call. Martin makes the call as well, so we have 3 players going to the flop. Queen Jack versus Queen Queen and King Deuce. Ace is for no help to any of the players. King Queen still in the lead. with Martin low. Cat checks to Martin. Martin thinking about it. 1500 from Martin. Gets rid of Timothy. Action on cat with a queen jack. Gets rid of cat as well. Martin takes it on. King queen. Once again aggression pays off for Martin. Sees his chip stack rise just over 30k. All you girls watching, please keep in mind, as highlighted by Martin, that he is single, and as he says, all girls welcome. His goal is to become a famous poker player. Kenneth Lai, Queen Jack of Spades, raises it up to 250. Ricky gets rid of his 6-7 offsuit. Martin low, hijack position, 8-3 of diamonds. Gets rid of his hand. Timothy Yin with 10-9 of diamonds in the cutoff, 3 bets to 900. Sunny with Queen 7 of clubs in the dealer position, makes the call. Anthony Wong in the small blind has woken up with ace queen and a lot of action before him. $850 for Anthony to call. Small blind, ace queen offsuit. Four bets to 2400 with his ace queen. Aggressive move by Anthony in the small blind. Timothy makes the call with his 10-9 of diamonds in the cutoff, and Sunny with his Queen 7 of clubs also makes the call. So we see 3 players going to the flop. 5-6 deuce with 2 clubs. So Sunny with his flush draw. Anthony is still with the best hand with his ace high. And action is on Anthony in early position. Checks it to Timothy in middle position with his 10-9 of diamonds, who checks as well. As does Sunny with his Queen 7 of clubs. A 2 of spades on the turn, no help to anyone, doesn't change anything either. Anthony Wong first to act. Ace high still good. Checks once again. Timothy with his 10-9 of diamonds. Is he going to lead out? Checks to Sunny, who still has his flush draw, and he checks once again, so they'll all see the river. A 9, which gives Timothy his pair and the top pair, and probably will lead to him taking down the hand. Action on Anthony Wong in the small blind. He was the pre-flop aggressor with his 4-bet pre-flop. Timothy now with his pair of 9s. 3,000 from him. 3,500 from Timothy on the river. Sunny gets his Queen 7 out of the way. Action on Anthony, who has ace high. He's playing his ace queen.
Let's go. We're going. Let's
Thinking about it. He doesn't totally believe Timothy just yet. This hand was checked all the way through until the river after the pre-flop aggression. Could he think that Timothy is just trying to steal the pot? And his ace high is good.
Wow, ace queen versus.
He makes the call and he's going to see the bad news.
Call.
Call.
Anthony Wong makes the hero call in the river with his ace high. Timothy takes the hand down with his pair of nines and gets paid off once again, adding to his growing stack, with Timothy now nearly 64k, nearly 25% chips in play sit with Timothy in stack. Sergey picking up 7 deuce of spades under the gun, throws his hand into the muck. Timothy with king 5 of hearts in hijack position raises it up to 300, and on his left is Sunny, who has picked up ace king in the cutoff and instantly 3-bets him to 900. Anthony Wong gets rid of his hand. As does Cat, and as does Logan with his ace 5 of spades. Timothy comes along for the call. 3-7-10 on the flop. No help to either player. Timothy checks to Sunny, who leads out and takes down the pot. Now 100 from Sunny, enough to get a fold out of Timothy. A negligible hit to Timothy's stack. Sunny slowly chipping himself up. The Web3 Poker Tour underway, taking place at the Match Poker Esports Arena in Hong Kong, sponsored by WPT Global, Hong Kong Poker Tour, Hong Kong Poker Games. Running throughout this Easter weekend. Come down, play a little poker, have some fun, check it out. There are lots of different events running. Today is day 1B of the main event. Tomorrow is the final day, along with side events, the deep stack event, the ladies event, as well as the feature table, which will continue. Cat wakes up with aces on the button, makes a 3-bet to 900, and Sergey has picked up kings in the big blind. This looks like it could be a huge hand. Anthony Wong is going to probably get out of the way really soon. 3,200 from Sergey with his 4-bet. Cat in position with her aces, thinking about how she wants to play this. She's all in. Sergey laughs, thinking about it a little bit, but I think he has to make the call. He just laid it down. Wow. Sergey just laid down pocket kings pre-flop to cat's shove.
Okay.
Incredible fold from Sergey and an incredible read to lay down his pocket kings. So many times, as sure as you might be that your opponent has pocket aces, it's so difficult to be in that position and actually lay down your pocket kings. So hats off to Sergey for actually being able to make that fold. Martin with pocket nines under the gun. Raises it up to 300. Action folds around. Sergey folds his queen 8. Kenneth folds as well. 200 to Ricky, who's sitting with Jack 10 in the big blind. Makes the call. Heads up to the flop. Ricky's Jack 10 against Martin's pocket nines. King deuce 6. No additional help to any player. Ricky still with Jack high. Martin with his pair of nines. Martin bets. Ricky folds. Martin takes down the pot.
What will they do?
Action is folding around to Ricky in the small blind, who has king 7. Makes the call. Martin wakes up with pocket sixes in the big blind. Action is on him. Checks it. Ricky and Martin go heads up. 9, 10, 10 on the flop. Ricky checks his hand once again and then checks. Martin with his pocket sixes bets out 300. 300 to Ricky with his king high.
Here we go.
Gives it up. Martin takes down the pot. Martin with 11% of the chips in play, nearly 31,500 chips. Anthony Wong, Jack 3 of clubs, throws that into the muck. Cat wakes up with ace king, early position, makes it 300. Logan on her left makes the call with his ace 6. Sergey makes the call with his 10-9. Kenneth gets out of the way. Ricky in position on the button. Throws his hand away. Martin small blind, 7-4 offsuit. Comes along for another 250, makes the call. Timothy in the big blind makes the call with his queen 3. Five, 8, 10 on the flop. No help to Cat's ace king, no help to Logan. Sergey hits top pair. Martin with a gut shot. Action checks around to Sergey with his top pair of tens. Leads out for 1,000 chips. Martin folds, Timothy folds. Cat is thinking about it with her 2 overs. Gets rid of a hand, rightly so. Logan with his ace 6 gets rid of it as well. Sergey takes it down with his top pair.
Very good.
都係買3
我去用嗰一個先，跟住佢對嘢再嚟。係咪要點啊嗰個？
Cat has queen 10 offsuit under the gun. Folds her hand. Logan with ace 7 of hearts raises her up to 300 in early position. Ricky with 3-4 offsuit in the cutoff gets rid of his cards. Martin has ace 8 on the button. Looks like he wants to play. He's reaching for some chips. Martin makes the call. Timothy, Sunny and Anthony all get out of the way, so it's ace 7 of Logan versus ace 8 of Martin. Heads up to the flop. King Queen 4. 2 hearts giving Logan a flush draw and he leads out. Martin doesn't believe him and makes the call. Ace on the turn, hitting both players. Logan though still sitting with his flush draw, which Martin doesn't have.
轉邊度啊？
Logan checks, Martin bets,
識別號碼
1.2k for Martin.
4115。
Logan made the call and we see a 10 on the river giving a 1 card straight, but neither player is holding a jack. Logan checks once again and so does Martin, and they will share the pot. Timothy still overwhelming chip leader at this point, 62.7k in chips.
Took our king. Next card is one. What do we do? Check.
Sergey chucks his ace-3 into the muck, early position. Kenneth Lai makes it 250 with his 10-9, also in early position. Cheung gets out of the way. Martin, Jack 10 offsuit in the cutoff. It looks like he wants to play, and he does. Makes the call. Timothy with his 7-6 of hearts is in as well. Anthony gets out of the way, Cat gets out of the way. So we see 3 players going into the flop. 3, 4, 6. Timothy with top pair and a gut shot. No help for Martin or Kenneth. Action checks around to Timothy. $500 from him. Kenneth folds. Action on Martin. Makes the call. Another 4 on the turn. Martin checks. Timothy 1000 chips for Martin to call on the turn.
Everybody on break time. We got 15 minutes to get back from break. 15 minutes to get back from break.
Martin is really thinking about this one. He only has 5 outs. Doesn't really have any draws.
15 minutes on break. 15 minutes on break. Please be back. Please be back.
Doesn't seem to believe Timothy on this occasion. Finally lets it down. Timothy takes down another pot with his pair of 6s. The Web3 Poker Tour taking place over this Easter weekend in Hong Kong at the Match Poker Esports Arena. Main event day 1B going on. Final day of the main event tomorrow, along with the ladies event and a deep stack event. Come check it out, play. Great vibe, great atmosphere, fantastic venue. Come and enjoy yourselves.
邊個係最抵買？係咪中間呢個？
唔係呢個比
That 5,000 is the yeah.
Ricky with ace 7 of diamonds.
Calculate for the chip EV.
Makes it 250.
Chip EV.
Martin on his left, ace 8 offsuit. Makes the call. And Timothy wakes up on his left with an ace 5 offsuit. Gets out of the way. Sunny with pocket 9s makes the call. Logan folds his queen 3. Jack 3-4 on the flop. No help for the hands with the aces. Sunny's pocket 9 still best. $300 from Sunny with his 9s. Ricky gets his ace 7 out of the way. Martin is thinking about it and folds his hand. Sunny takes on the pot with his pocket 9s. We have 3 professional poker players on this table. Timothy Yim, who is a professional poker player and a TV program professional dancer, has been playing for the past 5 years. We also have Martin Lowe, who is a professional poker player and has been playing for the past 2 years. And we have Kenneth Lai, who is a professional poker player and a crypto investor, who's been playing for the past 6 years. And we see Kat has raised it up to 300 with her ace queen offsuit from the button. Logan picks up 10-9 offsuit in the small blind and makes the call. Sergey defends his big blind with 8 deuce offsuit. So we see 3 players, dealer, small blind and big blind, going to the flop. 7 king queen. Logan with a gut shot, Sergey with nothing, and Kat with top pair, middle pair, and it checks around. Logan checks once again on the turn, as does Sergey, and Kat on the turn option is on her, and she also checks once again. River Jack, which gives Logan his straight. Action on Logan on the river. 600 from Logan. Sergey gets out of the way. Kat makes the call and she'll see the bad news. She'll let him get there. A bet on the flop or the turn would have probably taken it down. Check throughout. The jack opened on the river and Logan hit his straight.
One. Main event. Yeah.
Action is folded around to Logan on the button, who has 5 deuce of hearts. He makes it 300 to go. Sergey on his left has ace 10, defends his small blind. Kenneth with 7-4 gives up his big blind. Ace 10 3, a gut shot for Logan and top 2 for Sergey. Check the flop. Sergey leads at 400 on the turn. Logan has 2 outs. Only 2 4s can save him. He folds his hand and Sergey takes it down. $50 are the blinds being played here at the Web3 Poker Tour. Action folded around to Kenneth Lai in the small blind, who made it 300 with 7-3 offsuit. Martin Lowe in the big blind has called for 200 more with his king 9 offsuit, and we see 2 players going to the flop. 6 queen deuce on the flop. Option on Kenneth. Kenneth leads out 300, which gets called by Martin. Jack on the turn. Kenneth checks. $900 from Martin on the turn. Kenneth folds his hand and Martin takes it down. Good hand from Martin to take that down when neither player really had much. Used his position and used aggression to win the pot. Kenneth Lai, Jack 10 on the button, makes it 300 to go. Martin on his left folds a small blind, and Timothy in the big blind with 8-3 of hearts gives it up as well. Kenneth takes it down. Anthony Wong, the short stack now with just under 17k and 6% of chips in play. Anthony Wong, who's been playing for the past 6 years, works in the finance industry and wealth management. On his left we have Kat Yi, who is a nurse, has been playing poker for the past 2 years, is also a member of the Hong Kong Women's Poker Association. The Hong Kong Women's Poker Association is a great initiative by Kathy to expose the wonderful benefits of playing poker to more women, to get more women into the sport, to get them more comfortable playing in more comfortable environments and surroundings. See, Sergey has picked up pocket aces and raised it up to 300. Kenneth folds, Ricky folds, Martin makes the call in position with his ace 3. Pocket deuces for Timothy, who makes the call as well, as does Sunny with his jack 10. So we have 4 players going to the flop, and we see 3-10 king. Sergey's aces still best. Timothy checks his deuces. Sunny's jack 10 is checked around. 1000 chips from Sergey with his pocket aces. Martin is thinking about it and decides to make the call with his pair of 3s. Timothy gives it up. Sunny makes the call with his pair of 10s. Another king that is not going to help Sergey's confidence in his own pocket aces, though neither of his opponents are actually holding a king. Sunny checks his jack 10. Option on Sergey, who checks this time on the turn. Martin is reaching for chips.
Take it on.
1300 from Martin with his ace 3. Sunny makes the call with his jack 10, as does Sergey with his pocket aces. So still all 3 players go to the river. A 9 of clubs on the river. The queen jack gets there if anyone had one, but doesn't really help anyone's pairs right now. Sergey still has the best hand with his pocket aces. Sunny checks his jack 10. Sergey checks his aces, and it goes around to Martin, who checks as well, and Sergey's aces will take it down. The straight opened, the flush opened. I guess no one was willing to take a stab at it.
Okay.
In C3 on Cat's left, we see Logan Zhang, who's from China. He's in banking and has been playing poker for the past 5 years. He is also a 2-time APL Hong Kong champion. He is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and a golf lover. On his left is Sergey Maksuta in seat 4, a professional dance teacher who has also been playing poker for the past 6 years. Martin with pocket deuces. Timothy on the button with a 7-5 offsuit makes the call. Cat ace 3 of clubs. had raised it up originally to 300, and she hits her 2 pair with ace 3-7. No help from Martin's pocket deuces. Timothy hits middle pair with his 7-5. Action on cat. Makes it 500 with her 2 pair. Martin doesn't believe her. Makes the call with his pocket 2s. And Timothy comes along with a 7-5. 10 of clubs on the turn. No help to anyone. Cat's 2 pair still best. $2,000 from cat. Martin thinking about his pocket 2s now. Lets it go. As does Timothy. Cat takes down a nice pot with her 2 pair.
Let's go. Web3 Poker Tour, sponsored by WPT, Hong Kong Poker Tours, where dreams come true. I hope you guys believe that.
Logan Zhang under the gun. Queen 7 of clubs.
Calling call. Queen 9 versus Ace King.
Ricky Cheung has woken up with pocket queens, his first hand back at the table. He makes it 300. Martin calls with his 8-9. Cat makes the call as well with her pocket 6s, so we see 3 players to the flop. 4-3-4. So Cat and Ricky both have nice pairs on this flop, with no help to Martin's 8-9. Ricky leads out with 400. Martin gets rid of it. 400 for Cat to call, and she does. Another 3 on the turn. Cat checks. Ricky checks. Jack on the river. Ricky with the best hand. Cat checks.
Turn with our queen.
Ricky bets.
Check. Check. Check.
1,000 chips from Ricky. Be tough to see Cat fold this. She makes the call. Ricky takes down a nice pot with his pocket queens.
Winner takes all. And what do we have right here? What do we have right here?
Sergey has pocket kings once again. Second time that he's picked up his hand. The first time, of course, it ran into cat's aces and he managed to pull out a brilliant fold pre-flop to save himself some chips. Martin has pocket eights.
For Jack 6.
Sunny has ace king. This could be a very interesting hand. Anthony has queen jack and gets rid of his hand. Sunny, of course, 3-bet 1200 with his ace king. Logan gets rid of his king 9. Sergey with the decision now about how much he should put in with his pocket kings. Looks like a 4-bet from Sergey to 4,500. Martin gets rid of his hand and his pocket eights. Action is now on Sunny. 3,300 more chips for him to call, and he's all in. Sunny has gone all in with his ace king of hearts. Action is on Sergey.
Card 5, roll of spades.
Sergey has Sunny covered, so it won't be his entire stack that he needs to put in.
Last card.
Still thinking about it.
Queen.
I think he wants to know how much Sunny has. He's asking for a count.
Queen match here. What will they do? What will we
I can't see Sergey getting away from this. I think he makes the call. He's counting his chips out. I was really thinking about this one, Sergey. With his pocket kings up against Sunny's ace king of hearts. Slight favorite, the pocket kings, as you can see from the percentages. He gives it up. Wow. Sergey folds his pocket kings for a second time in this hand, in this session. And Sunny shows him his ace king. Wow. Good shot from Sunny to take the pot down with his ace king. Managed to get a better hand to fold.
打過佢，佢話啱啱呢首佢都好暈。
佢睇緊個手。
係啊，我俾啲手啦。
So, King, Queen, 3 of hearts.
Sergey has now folded pocket kings twice in this session, both times pre-flop.
Number card, none. Are you ready? Let's go.
Sunny with ace jack offsuit in the hijack. Timothy had raised it to 400 and Sunny has 3-betted to 1.6k. Action folds around to Martin. This jack 2 of hearts, who makes the call. And Timothy makes the call as well. Queen 9 fly 5 on the flop. Checks around to Sunny. $2,400 from Sunny on this flop with his ace high. Martin gets rid of his hand. Timothy makes the call. King on the turn. Timothy checks. $2,400 from Sunny. Who makes the call? Jack on the river. Timothy checks once again. And shows his hand. Timothy takes the pot down.
Dreams come true.
我 scan 唔到爆紅牌啊喂！咁我
你是但咁講咯。
是但咁講。
係啊。最尾啲輸贏。
Two pairs for Timothy, who has now pushed his stack above 70k in chips. 70.8 thousand chips for Timothy, overwhelming chip leader, and has continued to be in this dominant position from the start of the session. Timothy Queen 10, 300. Sunny with Jack 10 makes a call. Anthony folds. Logan with ace 5 of diamonds on the button makes it 1700 to go. Kenneth folds his King Queen. Sunny folds his Jack 10, as does Timothy, and Logan takes the hand down.
知，未開始。
check the action.
呢隻咪叫我打嗰啲啊，
阿豪啲炮咪大好啲啊嘛。
都會
Martin deciding to mix it up under the gun. Sergey gets rid of his dealer position. Kenneth folds. Ricky with Jack 7 in the big blind. And gives it up. So Martin's UTG bet takes it down. 10 deuce offsuit. The good old Doyle Bronson. $70,500 for Timothy. Three five of clubs for Anthony, raising it up to 300, and on his left cat wakes up with ace jack offsuit. Both players are in relatively early position. Cat re-raises, 800 chips to go. Action folds around to Ricky in the small blind, who has pocket fours. He gives his hand up. Martin in the big blind with Jack 5. Folds. Anthony gives it up with his 3-5 and Cat takes it down with her 3-bet pre-flop. We are on hand 67 now of the Web3 Poker Tour, taking place at the Match Poker Esports Arena in Hong Kong, sponsored by WPT Global and Hong Kong Poker Tour and Hong Kong Poker Games. Running throughout this Easter weekend. Come check it out, play, have fun. The main event, final day is tomorrow, the side events running. The live stream game is running as well. Everyone is welcome to come and check it out and play some poker. Sunny has ace 10 under the gun, has raised it up to 500. Timothy on his right in the big blind makes the call, defending his big blind with his 8-9 offsuit, ace 6 queen of hearts. Timothy has the 9 of hearts, Sunny has the ace of diamonds. Timothy checks, Sunny bets, Timothy calls. King of clubs on the turn, no help to Timothy, Sunny's hand is still best. Timothy checks once again, action is on Sunny.
冇識撳嗰個抽支煙嗰個。
我覺得一份我要撳翻落嚟。
Sunny makes it 600 on the turn. Timothy lays it down. Sunny takes it down with his pair of aces. Anthony Wong and Catty are the two short stacks, both under 20k in chips. Sergey raises it up to 300 with his king 4 of clubs. Mickey's king 5 is into the mark. Martin with ace deuce of hearts makes the call from the button. Sunny comes along for another 200 with his ace jack offsuit from the big blind. 963 rainbow flop. Sunny checks. Sergey leads out for 700. Martin makes the call. Sunny throws his ace jack into the mark. Martin in the lead with his ace high. Ten of diamonds not helping either player on the turn. Sergey checks the turn. Martin checks back. 8 of hearts on the river. Martin's ace high at best. Option on Sergey with his king high. $2,200 from Sergey. Martin seems to be thinking about this one with his ace high. He doesn't look convinced, but it's a tough call. Gives it up. Sergey takes down the pot with his aggression. Sergey slowly rebuilding his stack, just getting up to just under 35k.
首先啦，對你知我唔知佢兩個字，你哋知求其錄兩個字出落去就深圳嘅。
嗰日電視機下面嗰張台。
一直流鼻涕。
一直流鼻涕。
到鬼佬啊！又咳又流鼻涕。
好啊！驚啊嘛！試隻會唔會試下嘅？
師老官係咩嚟㗎？
你揸你嗰個，你代表我哋嗰個團隊。你俾佢。
俾我影相。
我冇帶個袋仔出嚟。
Kenneth Lai has 3-bet with his ace-4 of spades to 1100 chips. Anthony Wong throws his jack-10 diamonds into the mark. Sergey makes the call with his 8-9 offsuit. 3-10-5 on the flop, no head to either player. Kenneth with the gut shot. Sergey checks. Kenneth bets and Sergey lets his 8-9 go into the mark. Sunny with the button. Logan gets rid of his hand, as does Sergey. Kenneth folds, Ricky folds. Martin folds, Timothy with 5-3 offsuit gets out of the way. Sunny on the button with Queen 9 makes the call for 100. Anthony gets out of the way and Cat checks. So it's heads up to the flop, Sunny and Cat. 3-9 Jack, no help to either player. Sunny hits his mid pair. Cat checks, Sunny checks back. 5, so there's a gut shot for Cat. She checks. Sunny bets 200. Cat gets rid of a hand, Sunny takes it down.
No, thank you. Let me get you water. I get you from the kitchen. I'll go talk.
Oh, 知道，見到。
Poker sponsored by WPT Gold HAPT. Welcome. 안녕하세요. Portugal City in the call.
Pocket jacks for Sergey under the gun, and he raises it up to 250. And Kenneth Lai on his left makes the call with his pocket eights. Martin Lowe with his 10-5 of clubs also seems to want to play. Makes the call. Timothy gets rid of his hand. Sonny gets rid of his hand. Anthony on the button with his 9-7 of clubs has also made the call. Cat in the big blind, the small blind, gets rid of her 8-3, and Logan with his king 6 makes the call for another 150 chips. So we have 5 players going into the flop. Sergey with pocket jacks, Kenneth with pocket 8s. King queen 2 clubs. Anthony and Martin both with club flush draws. Logan hits top pair. Sergey's jacks are no good. Kenneth's 8s are no good. Action checks around to Martin, who has his 10 high flush draw, who leads out on this flop. 400. Anthony also with the flush draw, this is slightly lower. Makes the call. Logan has the king. He makes the call. Sergey makes the call with his jacks, and Kenneth folds his pocket 8s. Jack on the turn. Sergey hits his set. Logan checks. Sergey checks. Martin checks. Action on Anthony, who also has a flush draw, and he checks as well. So everyone checks the turn, and we have a 9 on the river, which totally negates Sergey's set. And Martin, with his 10, now has the straight. Logan checks his king, Sergey checks his set. Martin leads out with his straight. 1300. Anthony gets rid of his pair of 9s. Logan is taking some time to think about it.
My guy, are you okay? You want some water or anything?
Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
Logan made the call, and Sergey got out of the way. Martin shows him the 10 for the straight.
聽唔到你講嘢。冇聲啊！冇聲。
Nice hand for Martin to pick up there, pushing his stack to 27,500.
得啦，
咁你要加多300。
嗰邊冇聲。喂？
將一啲係啱啱嗰隻醬。
喂？
Ace 10 for cat on the button. She makes it 300. Logan folds.
冇聲。
Sergey has his king 8 offsuit in the big blind. Throws his hand away, cat takes it down.
你講佢大聲啲，好嘈嘅嗰邊。89係咩啊
Small blind versus big blind action. Sergey and Martin. No pre-flop raise. Queen Jack 9. Sergey hits his jack. 8-6 for Martin. No help from the flop.
幾多啊？聽唔到。你嗰邊好嘈啊！可以埋咪啲啊
？100 each on the flop. They see an 8 on the turn. Sergey still leading. Martin has hit his pair, though it's a 1 card straight out there now. Sergey leads out.
知啊。
我出住 WiFi 添啊，我都唔知嘅。咁
真係咁啊！
跟住仲有出晒嚟㗎，WiFi 10嚟嘅，你先咁樣10嚟。OK。
冇咗聲。
冇咗聲。
Straight on the board.
我驚之後會彈咗出嚟，我就睇唔到其他。
咁而家邊個答？
而家轉下，
我聽唔到。有牌嘅。
佢細埋。
好多雜音啊！嗰邊，都唔係幾好聽到。喂，冇咗聲。喂，聽到好清楚。OK。
Ricky with pocket sevens, Sunny with ace king, Logan ace 7 and Martin with king 10. Sunny 3 bets with his ace king, 900. Cat looking to be stacking her chips up. Ricky got rid of his pocket sevens. And Logan comes along with his ace 7 offsuit and an ace right there. It's not going to do Logan much good. Sunny checks his ace king, Logan checks back. Straight draw and a flush draw now for Logan with that 8 of cards opening on the turn. Probably one of the best cards he could have hoped for. Action on Sunny. It looks like Sergey is done with this game. Seems like they decided to exchange numbers while this hand is in play. Not sure how the other players feel about that. $1,200 from Sunny. $3,100 from $3,600 from Logan. With all the outs that he has, very reasonable raise. Sunny makes the call. So they go to a river and we see an 8 on the river offering no help to Logan. Sunny with the best hand and they both check it down. Sunny takes it down with his ace king. Nice hand for Sunny to win. So from 9 players it looks like we are down to 7 and Logan seems to be racking his chips up as well.
Small blind 係邊個 ？Small blind 係邊個？咁 small bet 係邊個？Zhang 邊個咧？
Son, how you doing? Yeah. Maybe tomorrow.
Kenneth raises it up to 800.
Yeah, good. My wife just got back, so I wasn't sure. She's from Australia. She's like, oh, no, don't play.
Stanley with his open-ended straight draw. Kenneth with king high, still the best hand.
Correct? You can see it on the stream, right? Watch that on the stream.
Yeah. First one was correct. The second one was like place king two. But the chance was on. I see open.
Kenneth now with a flush draw as well to add to his king high. Sunny with 6 outs.
3, 2, 750.
I can give you 3. I can give you 300. 3, 2, 750.
So I give you 3. How much?
2600 from Kenneth. Sunny with open-ended straight draw. Makes the call and his diamond on the river. So Kenneth hits his flush, king high flush. $6,000 from Kenneth on the river. Sunny throws his hand away.
Yeah, that's good. We lose one. You and me. You or me. 6. No, 7. 7? Oh, more. Yeah, like a 9. The last hand? I lost 1. Ah, just now. Yeah. Good. 哎，那个转给我啊，那个看一下。
这是给你啊。
啊，不是，那个就是这
中间先往门口
转
会
看一下。
哦，是。
Ricky 说就是差不多，输快1万。
OK。
We're down to 6 players now. Timothy back into it with his ace queen, raising it up to 300. Anthony Wong seems to be leaving as well.
需要。
没有。
入圈圈。
5 players remaining now. Kenneth Lai, Cheung, Martin Low, Timothy Yim, and Sunny Young.
Overbet, yeah.
Timothy raises out to 300 with his king jack.
明天转给我。
Timothy makes it 1,000, Martin gets out of it, and he takes it down. Finish? Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.